The curtain falls. Thus have I come to thee. Long parted, how brief shall our meeting be?
Stripey fellow as smart as anything, but the royal blue grumpy one, he looks just like you. Perhaps I'll name one detective.
My goal is to become a knight that everyone can be proud of. An agenda? What on earth is that?
Forces of the law must show no leniency to maintain its authority.
Dead men don't talk. I beg to differ. I can secure testimonies even from the deceased. Which is why you're here, is it not?
Not all are of your stature, my dear patron. Consider me a supporting role, if you will. An assistant, like a dash of mixer to complement a strong liquor, perhaps. I'll give my utmost to this joint operation, but I must insist on procedural compliance and proper record keeping. They're essential, Detective.
Must get moving before the rain. Let's go.
Let's keep those brats in check, and then we'll get to have our vacation in peace.
I can sense that a certain distance between us. I can sense that a certain distance between us has been bridged.
Honest truth, checking electrical faults is hard work. It really hurts when your finger gets a shock, but I'm a pro at it now.
My calling rests neither in the academy nor in a corporation. My dream lies in the research of unknown organisms.
I'd rather be a deadly poison than some greenhouse flower. I'd rather be a deadly poison than some greenhouse flower.
Still making a racket. Ha! You full folly! You'll never learn! Rat!
Reset the board.
Knock it off!
Greetings. A precise practice of lethality. Is that a
Precise land! Look at my secret weapon! Emergency tools! Emergency meds!
I'll take care of this. It's over. Nevermore.
Still making a racket. Want some more, do ya? You want to beat me at my own game? Dream on!
surprise evaluation? Will no longer required. The time for games has ended.
Can't fix it! Blow it to pieces! Yeah!
Timing is everything.
Knock it off! Check if the cadets are running their patrols properly and not sleeping on duty.
We're so high up. Higher than the highest voltocell I've ever seen. This one trots like lightning. Won't it break the pony?
I'll take care of this.
Still making a racket.
Timing is everything.
Knock it off. Watch and learn.
Greetings. Incoming. I bid them farewell. Make haste. I have 6 meetings to attend today.
Back so soon? Now that's efficient. I'm downstairs. Meet me there.
I have the things you want.
Excellent. Haven't lost your touch, it seems.
So, can we start examining the remains? All right, let me start over. Firtho, for old time's sake, do me a favor and examine the remains for me.
Wasn't so hard now, was it? Come, I've already examined the remains.
Already? I knew you'd help.
Little to go on with remains this battered and charred. All we have is a piece of the arm and a few soaked photographs. Identifying the victim is virtually impossible with this.
Can you identify the victim's sex?
Judging from the pelvic features in the photos, the victim is male.
How old is he?
The pubic symphysis suggests he's likely over 30.
I noticed some foreign matter in the arm.
Surgical pins, metal. The victim likely had surgery after fracturing his arm at some point. I found something that might interest you. The cause of death.
We found clear signs of arson at the scene. Are you suggesting that wasn't the cause of death?
The victim's limbs lay straight in the photographs, rather than bent in a defensive posture. This means that the deceased had no signs of life when the fire started.
You're telling me that he was already dead before he was burned?
Correct. In summary, the deceased is a male over 30. The cause of death remains unknown, though it was certainly not by burning.
An adult male. Grimm's male. But younger. And then there's the fractured left arm. And it wasn't the fire that killed him.
Don't worry, my conclusions should be watertight. Unless the Royal Academy and the centuries of knowledge it accrued have all been mistaken.
I have faith in your judgment. The rest is detective work.
Oh, and I also found a viscous substance on the remains, containing no human tissue.
A viscous substance with no human tissue? I found something similar at the crime scene. Can we figure out its purpose or use?
It must be identified on a proper laboratory table. Alas, this humble clinic of mine is not furnished for this task.
Well, my office is, and it's already unpacked and By the way, the gangsters told me that you were experimenting on them. What exactly is going on?
Experiments on living subjects? I don't have time for running those. Many of them were ridden with skin rashes, infected by a highly contagious strain of varicella. Recently, I've been working with the Academy to develop a new kind of serum. It uses weakened pathogens to help the body adapt in advance and build resistance to actual infection. Unfortunately, the only route of administration is via subcutaneous injection. Hence, I had to get hold of a few, restrain them to the bed, and inject them. The good news is that the recent batch proved its worth with an 80% success rate. The spread of the disease has been contained.
Oh, is that so? They do not understand the treatment methods you employ. Such actions may cause them to fear you.
Why fear me? I'm the one helping them avoid the infectious rash. But you just reminded me how convenient it is to reach them. I have several new medicines, and I do intend to invite them over for a few trials.
And they happen to be a most agreeable lot. You will succeed. Now, if I may, I'm taking my leave for my office.
Your nightmares, are they due to the airship crash? I told you back then, life is what it is, and death comes to us all, and yet you... never mind. You're as stubborn as they come, and you wouldn't listen anyway.
Firtho built this operating table herself. It's specifically designed for autopsies. She's extremely passionate about her field of expertise.
It seems that there are some omissions in this resume.
Medicine that should be kept away from the patients. This would be Firtho's secret stash. The results of the autopsy contradict the witness's testimony. If the witness did not lie, then there is only one possibility. Back to the lab table then, to verify my hypothesis.
I tried visiting Chief Inspector Lorin, but he wasn't at the constabulary. So I went to the detective's office to look for you, but you weren't there either.
Looking for me? Tell me, what's happening?
There's someone I know. His name is Grimm. He's a journalist around my age. Brown cap, straw-colored hair. Sure, a person in the know told me there's been another murder in the city. The victim happens to be Grimm. Master Detective, you seem to know something about this case. Can you tell me if he really died?
Well,
Oh, thank goodness. I knew that cunning dodger wouldn't die so easily. He still owes me plenty of tips.
Master Detective, there's something... It could be really important.
Just yesterday, Grimm secretly told me that he was investigating a super important case on his own. He even found the key evidence.
key evidence.
He didn't tell me what it was, but just yesterday, he told me that
He hid it in the safest and most unthinkable place.
Master Detective, this is all I know. I hope this tidbit can help you out. If you find the truth, please get it published in the papers.
Grimm was on a criminal case. Now, that's an unexpected finding, but this also proves my approach to be correct. I just need one more piece of the puzzle.
Quick inspection. Show me your power lines. Business as usual. All clear.
I've got more to tell. I didn't expect him to launch a sudden brutish strike from the left,
Whoa!
but the detective predicted that and parried it.
That's awesome!
With a light twist, the detective shifted Rex's weight, immediately following up with a series of swift strikes.
And yet, you merely stood by and watched. Is that not a little...
Really? Well, I think I was helping plenty by not getting in the way.
You all seem to be enjoying your discussion.
You're back, Master! Everyone's here!
Our esteemed superintendent has his hands full combing the city for werewolves. So I thought I'd slip away and see how things were coming along. Oh, and well fought.
Master Detective, what of the autopsy? Did it go well?
Hold on. There's still one more step. Time to use the newly cleaned laboratory table.
Extracting information from remains that badly damaged. Oh, it's nothing. You do surround yourself with capable friends.
Oh, you're incredible, Master! You took the superintendent down in a flash! Alf wants to help you fight too, Master! I won't get in your way.
Put that werewolf out of your mind. I'll make sure he won't harm any civilians. A bit of work will do Rex good, and keep him out of my hair for a while. As for that little escapade of yours into the constabulary, I'll just have to rack my brains for a satisfactory explanation.
Grey, no obvious odour, and rather thick. This contains mud, water, and one key substance. Let's try a test by colour.
These colours, what do they indicate?
This is a set of detection equipment built by my brother, my former partner. It contains the colour reactions of various common chemical substances. In short, it lets you compare the colour reactions against reference bottles during preliminary screening. With experience, you can quickly narrow the possibilities without a full analysis for each sample.
Impressive device. So, have you managed to identify the substance?
A thickening agent, if mixed with mud and water. I see. A fireproofing agent. It can absorb heat and prevent fires from spreading.
Fireproof? What does it mean? Whoa! Don't touch that, Master! You'll get burned!
I'm not burnt. The evaporating water carries away the heat, shielding the skin beneath.
This substance works like magic. Does that mean?
The truth behind the incident is slowly revealing itself. The autopsy revealed the body was burned post-mortem, fully contradicting the witness who claimed to have seen Grim on fire, screaming. Grim is roughly Pixie's age, yet the autopsy identifies the victim as an adult. The burned body was likely not Grim's. A fireproofing agent was found at the scene. They must have used it to make sure Grim didn't actually burn to death. Based on the evidence, I believe I have a general idea of what actually happened. That alleyway is where the incident occurred. Late afternoon, dusk. Grim and a lady arrived here at an appointed time. The two concocted a plan to fake someone's death.
A fake death? Are you saying that Grim didn't die? But we have a witness who saw it happen.
Exactly. How could the death be faked?
The fireproofing agent can insulate the user against heat. Rubbing it on the body protects it from burns. Alcohol is the most easily acquired flammable material. Using a flame-type reactor will leave some silverium residue. Grim places his camera and hat down by the side, and then applies the fireproofing agent to his entire body. His companion prepares the fuel and ignition device.
Whoa! Is he gonna get burnt?
No, before that happened, they must... Since Grim faked his death, they would need another body to burn in his place. But this was probably not the time the body was laid. we lack concrete evidence that Grimm has died. The footprints at the scene were rather unclear. Someone probably tried to clean it in a hurry. Traces of reactor use and fireproofing agent remain, indicating they didn't fully clean the scene. The witness who saw Grimm in flames is a nearby resident. According to his testimony, he would water the flowers every afternoon at that. They timed it precisely, igniting the fire just as the resident appeared. The witness saw Grimm on fire and fled in terror.
But if Grimm wasn't harmed by the flames, then whose body was it?
We found a carbonized body at the scene. Forensics revealed him to be a male, at least 30 years of age.
At least 30 years of age? That lad's nowhere near that old.
Besides, the body was burned post-mortem, charred enough to conceal the victim's true identity. Therefore, the corpse is merely a substitute they prepared in place of Grimm.
So, without that autopsy, we'd have been forever in the dark.
Wait, then something unexpected happened. The alleys in high piers see little traffic, but you can never predict when a street kid might wander into one. This discomfort came quickly. Thankfully, I have Firtho stabilizers. A street punkster heard something. He entered the alleyway to see what happened.
But anyone walking in would see something they weren't supposed to.
That's correct. They had already set up a perfect witness to see Grimm covered in flames. If this unwanted witness saw Grimm moving around after his supposed death, everything they did would be a waste of time. To protect Grimm from being discovered, his companion immediately took him by the hand and fled the scene, but the entrance was some distance away, and the risk of being seen remained. She hid Grimm in a nearby dustbin or crate, but it would take time, and there was still a risk of being recognized. She had to act. Grimm's companion didn't hesitate and charged at the street punk, using herself to block his view and giving Grimm a chance to slip away from the other side.
And since no one saw Grimm after that, everyone assumed he'd burned to death.
Nobody found out about the fake death, but the companion paid the price. During the scuffle, she lost a shoe. And that's likely what transpired. Any questions?
Incredible. You described it as if you'd seen it happen yourself. Your fame is well earned, Detective.
Can't believe Grimm faked his death right under our noses. Faking your own death isn't without danger. But I still can't figure out why he would do it.
To make the headlines and burn himself into everyone's memory. But there are easier ways to get famous. He must have a stronger motive for faking his own death. To create a baffling case and test the constabulary's investigative skills. Yet Grimm had no obvious conflict with the police. He must have a stronger motive for faking his own death. We do not have enough evidence to determine his true motive yet. But one thing is certain, a fake death. For what purpose?
Fraud?
No, it aims to convince others of your death.
Indeed, faking one's death becomes an option only when death becomes a necessity. Grimm did mention he was investigating a big story, and Pixie claimed it was a case, not just a story. Perhaps Grimm had become a thorn in someone's side. Someone with considerable power. Why else would he go to such lengths to fake his own death? He could have simply hidden away or taken a train out of town.
Are you saying that he's being hunted? Then whose body is it? If it wasn't Grimm, we still have a murder on our hands. Someone got burned to cinders. Did Grimm kill a man and use the victim's body, all to fake his own death so that he could escape?
Grimm wrote plenty of articles about the nobility, so the deceased must be a noble. Wait, that doesn't add up. Grimm took down a would-be assassin while on the run. Sounds plausible, but there's no evidence to support that conclusion. There's not enough evidence to determine his identity. All we know is that he was a man in his 30s with a previously fractured left arm, and we still don't know who killed him.
What about that noblewoman then? Who is she? If she's an accomplice to Grimm's fake death, she definitely knows something.
Unfortunately, we know very little about this lady as well. Our only clue is the high-heeled shoe she dropped, which lets us estimate her height. A person's height is about 7 times the length of their feet. Based on the size, she is slightly shorter than 5'3".
A needle in the haystack, as it were. Besides, not everyone's height matches that calculation. Do we really have to scour the entire city, trying this shoe on every woman, just like in that fairy tale?
Not yet. We have one more clue. Firtho's autopsy report has already given us all the help it can. I'd better focus on something else. Pixie told me that Grimm hid his key evidence in the safest place.
The safest place? Oh, but that could be anywhere. How will we even know where to start?
Let's think about where he's been. At his home? Unlikely. He could be under surveillance or even fleeing for his life. At Voice Pipe Cafe? No, too many people come and go. Clearly not a place to hide something. The home of the hunted affords little security. But the home of his supposed enemy? That is another question.
You mean the detective's office?
Grimm snuck into the office yesterday, but you caught him and drove him out, Alf.
Right! I defended the detective's office!
He was poking around the kitchen area. Let's take a look. I can see that someone has searched the cabinets. I thought it was Alf, but perhaps it was someone else. Grimm's appearance in the office was no mere coincidence. Beneath the hot fluorescent tube? Not here. A cabinet with a musty smell. This isn't it.
Could Grimm's faked death have anything to do with the Nameless Ashes case? The MOs match. Mere coincidence?
I'm certain Grimm's key evidence is somewhere in this office. Your deduction skills are truly astonishing. Were I Grimm, I'd have left the evidence in your care. Alf saw him rummaging through the place, and I had just finally cleaned up. Everything's neat now, though. I've gone over every single spot he touched.
Empty storage boxes. Not here. With Grimm's personality in mind, where would he hide it? The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Found it.
Grimm's notebook.
What's this? Isn't it from the Nameless Ashes case?
We have a name now. The Sylvania Observer. Mostly just finance news again this week. The Weekly Review mentions many new romantic novels, none of which interest me. Aha! Young Voices. The headline reads, Scientific Miracle. Royal Scholar unveils method of creating vampires. The Royal Academy has discovered that not only may vampires have existed throughout history, but they could potentially be created from humans. Vampire rumours were widespread during the reign of Queen Mary, it's true. Yet a lack of historical evidence means they remain mere rumours. If a scholar has uncovered evidence of their origins, then that's clear proof of the bloodsuckers' activity here in Sylvania. Creatures of legend here in the present day. If the Royal Academy can actually prove it, well, it'll be most impressive indeed. Vanilla. A chocolatey aroma. And a hint of something else, too. I'd wager Alf's cooked up a novel dish in the kitchen again. I'd better take a look. Certainly smells more pleasant than her last few experiments. Best to stay wary, though.
Chocolate, almonds, candied strawberries too, and just a little McBarley star sweets to garnish.
Making chocolatey treats, are we?
Alf's baking a chocolate cake, and Alf's even adding in McBarley's new licorice stars too. Haha! That sweet aroma lured you here, didn't it? Alf's pleased as pie.
I can't smell burning. There's no sign of a fire. I must say, it seems your cake's a success, Alf. When will it be ready? I'll prepare the tea and cutlery.
Huh? But this cake isn't for you, Master. It's actually for Miss Firtho. Alf can make another cake, or a better cake for you.
Firtho? Oh, I see. But why? You two aren't exactly close.
It's because Alf needs to apologize to her for something.
You used a scalpel she left here for that? For cutting up at roast chicken?
Alf, sorry. Alf didn't mean to.
Oh, don't tell me that the chicken we had 2 days ago was...
Oh, Alf's so sorry. It was only used once before Alf realised perhaps it's not meant for cooking. Oh, probably not.
Enough. I don't want to think about it. But you need to return it. I know Firtho all too well. She won't be best pleased when she finds out. A cake might not be enough to placate her. So, I'd better go with you.
You will? Oh, wonderful! Alf and Master can deliver the cake together.
Something's amiss, though. It's not like Firtho to just leave a scalpel behind. I could imagine Alf losing something, but not Firtho. And also, she'd soon notice she's missing one. Maybe some troublesome patients on her mind, making her careless.
Master, you're mumbling to yourself again. Lovely cake, as sweet and fluffy as can be.
Firtho is likely at the corner clinic. Let's take it to her now.
Hidden neath the rosy skirt are white stems you adore, furnished with lethal thorns.
Forces of the law must show no leniency to maintain its authority.
I saw myself in those creatures, existing in a shade between life and unlife.
Miss Firtho? Are you there? The door's locked.
The corner clinic is empty. It's not past closing time. Step aside, please, Alf.
Huh? There's nobody here.
Firtho's nowhere to be seen. Maybe she's busy elsewhere. She's left behind a lot to look through, though. I'll be able to figure out where she went. A letter that's been crumpled into a ball. Addressed to Firtho and signed by a Sydney. It mentions someone called Williams, who Sydney claims is in extremely poor health. This Sydney wants Firtho to make a house call to visit him as soon as possible. It's dated 3 days ago. Williams. That name rings a bell. A vial's been left on the table. Maybe Firtho was in too much of a hurry to pick it up. Something was dragged through the liquid here, leaving marks. Something large and probably quite heavy. I wonder which of Firtho's possessions could have left a mark like that. There's some mud on the doormat, dark in colour, with what looks like moss and fertilizer residue. From well-maintained and moist earth, I'd say. A well-kept graveyard or park, perhaps. That's where I'd expect to see this kind of soil. Much of it has already dried and clumped. Whatever left it behind had likely been dragged along muddy ground for some time, and some of the dirt flaked off on contact with the mat. I think I've got a rough idea of the situation. Now to consider the clues and reach a conclusion. Perhaps by drawing connections between the clues, I may figure out where Firtho's gone. The scrape marks suggest Firtho dragged something heavy when she left. So, we've got a rather bulky item stored in the clinic. One Firtho brought in from outside, and it's mired in cemetery mud. Knowing Firtho, I'd wager it's... Yes, it can only be that. Yes, I think I understand now. Now to tell Alf my theory, and then we'll go find Firtho together. This letter, dated 3 days ago, is brief and clear. It mentions a very sickly patient named Mr. Williams. Given the liquids have yet to dry, Firtho must have left the clinic only earlier today. Perhaps something transpired in the days prior, maybe even leading to Mr. Williams's demise. Firtho isn't one to be controlled by emotion, but something about the letter clearly shocked her. Hence she crumpled it and then dragged the body bag with her on leaving. Does she believe Williams to be dead? Williams. I recall seeing a gravestone with that name by a nearby cathedral. Knowing Firtho, she'd want to go and examine the body. Let us go, Alf, to the Cathedral of Illumination.
Very well, Master.
She's not questioning my reasoning at all. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. The Cathedral of Illumination is located in the eastern part of High Piers. Many a late renowned figure is buried in its cemetery. It's not all that far from the corner clinic. Hours.
With no apparitions can be such a dull place.
From the mess of footprints, it's safe to assume the cemetery's seen a lot of foot traffic recently. On closer inspection, this pair of footprints belongs to Firtho. I'll find her if I follow them.
Miss Firtho!
I've hardly been here long, and yet you've already found me. Stalking me, are you?
Stalking? With the amount of clues you left behind, it's like you wanted to be followed.
And Alf brought chocolate cake.
What's going on? What have you got yourself into? Tell me.
Buried here is Howard Williams, a pharmaceutical scholar. My father, in his time, was close friends with Howard. He was my father's fellow student, and later, his patient. I took over my father's patients once he passed away. Mr. Williams among them. I helped him remain in reasonable health despite his chronic liver conditions, until around half a year ago, when his maid wrote to say he would no longer require my services, and that he wished not to see me again.
He refused to even see you. But did you ask why?
I attempted to make contact, curious as to his reasoning, but he simply would not let me visit. Then, 2 days ago, I received a letter from his maid Sydney, and so rushed to his residence. On arrival, his son, wife, and others were already carrying his body away. They informed me that he'd succumbed to a heart attack, though he'd shown no such symptoms 6 months prior. As his former doctor, I felt unconvinced. I wished to inspect his body. The servants, however, held me back, and I was pushed away. All I could make out was an arm beneath the sheet that covered him. That was when something caught my eye. Along the sleeve of his suit was a long, bloody gash. The surrounding skin was a peculiar purplish hue.
You suspect he was murdered?
His refusal to let me visit in his final 6 months, then his sudden death, and his family's odd behavior. It all seems far too suspicious. Now I'm about to step into illegal territory, detective. So unless you wish to become an accomplice to a crime, I advise you to leave.
A true detective doesn't shy away from criminality if it helps deepen their understanding of a case, especially one that implicates a friend. But Alf, you had better look away. Wait aside a moment.
Yes. Yes, Master.
Exhuming the body for an autopsy, I presume. Count me in.
The deceased's eyes are closed, a slight pain in his expression. The skin of his face, lips, ears, and the nail cuticles are purpled. There are signs that he bit his own tongue. Small pinpoint hemorrhaging with slight swelling is visible on the face and inner eyelids. The cause of death appears to be either asphyxiation or fluid buildup in the larynx triggered by an allergic reaction. A heart attack is also a possibility. The wound I saw on his right arm, it's gone. No, impossible. No signs of external trauma, and certainly none at all on his right arm.
Wait. She's right. Williams's body is laid in a slightly odd position. But that aside, he seems like just another heart attack victim. It could be that you remembered wrong, and there was no wound.
No, you must believe me. While I've no rational explanation for why it's gone, I know what I saw. I know there was a wound.
Then maybe someone faked it with dyes and paint, or the like.
No faked wound, no dye, paint, or otherwise would ever work to fool me. It was real. A thin gash around 4 centimeters in length. I remember it vividly.
If so, then its absence on the body would suggest this may not be Howard Williams after all.
No, I knew Howard. I recognize him well. It's him, all right? Laid in this grave is my father's friend, my former patient, the scholar known as Howard Williams.
If so, the injury must have healed post-mortem, leaving no trace. Most bizarre. I know how it sounds. But it is the only possibility left, is it not? Let's say your memory is correct, and the wound was definitely there. And this is without doubt Howard Williams. In that case, it logically follows that there's only one explanation. The flesh healed following his death.
It's unprecedented. The body, once dead, loses all function. An injury simply cannot heal after.
Master! Something evil!
A werewolf at the Cathedral of Illumination.
Watch out! I'll handle it. Prepare for surgery.
You'll have to go through me. Flamethrower at the ready.
Go and take a break. There are too many of them. Make a run for it, and I will rejoin you soon.
I've spent absolutely forever baking that chocolate cake. Oh, the cake. My cake.
The cathedral's meant to have a dedicated guard. Where did those werewolves come from? The timing's suspect too. It's as if they wanted to scare us away from the body to intervene in the autopsy. Something's off about Williams's corpse. But now...
Nobody gets between a doctor and her patients. Be they living or dead, I shall uncover the true cause of death. I'll get to the bottom of that mysterious wound, of the enemies that lurk in the shadows. Are you with me?
Consider me on the case. Let's get to it then. The office was left empty for quite a while without a tenant. Perhaps the location is far less attractive than what people say. I think I must have had a nightmare. Still shaken from last night, perhaps. I agreed to take on Firtho's commission last night, so she's likely waiting for me downstairs.
Good morning.
You've bags under your eyes, Firtho.
I just cannot make head nor tail of that wound.
The truth will out eventually. Autopsy is your speciality, and deduction is mine. I'll make sure of it for you, Firtho. The murderer shall be found, and the truth unveiled.
Little has changed in 3 years. Well, if nothing else, you've turned making bold claims into an art form.
Promises, not claims. Comforting a client is an essential skill for any detective. I've just had practice. Where are you storming off to now?
Howard died at home, and that's where I'll start digging for the truth. He lived northwest of Dayfair Way, not all that far from my clinic. A manor with his name engraved on the sign outside.
Speed up.
Giddy up, horsey. Here we are.
People are approaching. Stay sharp. It's that doctor from before. And she's brought company. Quick, deal with them. You shall not pass.
It's all in vain. As I suspected.
Time to wither.
Initiating research. May light guide the way.
I'll take care of this. I've warned you. It's all in vain. We are here to investigate. We mean you no harm.
Well, we were only just stationed here ourselves. Orders are orders.
Yes, as I recall, Miss rules dictate that a maid cannot go against their master's orders. That said, to stand in the way of our search for the truth would be an act of disloyalty to your late master, would it not?
You have a point there. Yet, even so, we cannot grant anyone entry. Perhaps you had best seek the police instead. Were they to send a constable, I'm sure the young sir would be willing to cooperate then.
A young sir, you said?
A young master, you say? May I remind you that Miss also forbids maids from disclosing their employer's identity?
Oh!
We may as well raise the case to the police. I just hope Lorin agrees to help.
Those maids are naive to the bone, much like the one in your employ back at the detective's office.
Be that as it may, you still terrified them with your teasing, though.
You're the one who pressed them on his identity, my dear detective.
Right. The young master of the house, likely Howard's son, will need to investigate why he's trying to stop us. The latest silvercraft saved me a lot of time. Things certainly seem busy in the station today. Good day. We're here to raise a case.
We're a little busy today. You'll need to wait in line. Oh, I didn't realise it was you, Detective. I'll let my superior know at once. Just a moment.
Thank you. A superior? Would that be Lorin? Oh, either Lorin or... Oh. I just hope it's Lorin and not him.
I've returned with my superior, Detective.
Yes, it's me. Not who you hoped for.
No, not quite. What rotten luck.
Let me guess why you're here. It's about that Williams fellow, am I correct?
Yes, you know of him? Then it seems we're both working the same case. Let us work together.
You assume we're taking the same angle in our investigations. The cathedral grounds were broken into last night. Howard Williams's grave was damaged, his just interred body stolen, and still missing. Eyewitnesses noted 2 suspects. One, a brown-haired woman in a white coat. And the other, a silver-haired woman in silver and purple garb, wearing a distinctive top hat.
Wait, the body is gone, yet Firtho took only an arm. Did somebody make off with the rest of his body?
What do you two have to say about that?
I'll admit that we were there, yes, but we did not steal the body. A witness placing us at the scene doesn't prove that we did. I've taken on this case as it's simply bizarre, beyond explanation. But if what you say is true, the corpse's absence is a good starting point. Werewolves stormed the cemetery last night and forced us to leave in haste. It's quite feasible that they stole or ate the remains after our scuffle.
I don't believe the constabulary is in the habit of taking investigation tips from suspects.
Listen, it's only fair that you take the crimes of those werewolves into consideration here.
Enough. Do not waste my time. I advise you two to stay on your best behavior. Once we've all the evidence we need, we'll be coming for you. In the meantime, as you're the major suspects in this case, you'll receive no aid from us. And you are barred from the Cathedral of Illumination.
You can't be convinced. I see that now. But Rex, I advise you not to let anger cloud your judgment, and instead focus on the investigation itself, as is your duty as an officer of the law.
Oh, I know my duties well. Don't you worry, suspect.
piece of luck. No police support, and now Howard's body has vanished entirely.
As I told you yesterday, when I'm working, you do best to keep your distance.
Regardless, I know Rex well enough to say that he'd never be keen on lending us a hand anyway. The police aren't going to investigate Howard's cause of death anytime soon. We'll need a different angle to continue this case.
Miss Firtho? Miss Firtho, yes?
I think someone's calling for you.
My, it really is you. From the way you dress to how you hold yourself. Yes, you're just as the Baron described.
Who might you be?
A pleasure to meet you. I am Madeline, assistant to Baron Edgar.
Edgar? I know that name. What brings you here? Do you have a case for us too?
I am accompanying Baron Edgar to pay respects at the Williams estate. We were passing by just now when he saw you both arguing with that policeman. Hence, he stopped the carriage so I could see if it was really you. I believe your father, in his time, was quite close to Mr. Williams. Perhaps you would like to join us? Wonderful. The carriage is just over this way, if you please. Baron Edgar, we have guests.
Please, enter. I knew it. You haven't changed a bit. I spied you from the constabulary doorway and knew it was you. Your somber disposition and that sweeping doctor's coat. In all these years, you haven't changed a bit, Ms. Mortis.
I could say the same of you, Dr. Edgar. Despite the years, you remain the picture of youth. Something that never ceased to intrigue my father.
Miss Mortis, an interesting name.
It's what they came to call me once my father revealed my secret autopsies. Those I conducted in my youth. I was somewhat reclusive and unsociable then. I barely spoke, preferring to hang back in the shadows, watching their discussions. When they termed me Miss Mortis, I voiced no objection, and so the name stuck.
That policeman earlier, he seemed quite irate. What's the matter? Perhaps I can be of assistance.
He's an old friend of Firtho's. I suppose we can tell him of our investigation thus far. Yet, we've no working theories on Williams's missing wound, nor the cathedral werewolf attack. We'd best keep those to ourselves for now. Given the peculiarities surrounding Mr. Williams's death, Firtho and I wished to investigate his residence. However, the manor staff refused us entry. Thus, we went to the constabulary in hopes of gaining police support. Instead, we find ourselves suspects. And, well, Rex has never been one to trust a lone detective. I should have known he'd refuse.
A detective? So you're a detective investigating Howard's death, I take it. I have perused many a work on criminology, yet never before have I witnessed a true detective at work. What about you, Madeline? Have you met a detective before?
What with the airship incident, I'd assume my face would be known to almost everyone. Yet...
Madeline and I are relics, mind you. We care naught for what goes on beyond our study, least of all what the papers print, so disregard our ignorance. But I'd be most pleased if you could work a little detective magic to humor us. I've another facet to my identity, aside from being a noble. Can you uncover it before we arrive, I wonder?
So he's more than just a noble. Let's see then. emblems are crafted from gold and engraved with the words Royal Academy. An enamel iris necklace inlaid with small diamonds. Such jewelry is most popular among House Flora. Also, whereas most Royal Academy members develop a slouch from their endless research sitting at desks, this gentleman sits straight. I believe I have it. Your second identity. You're also a merchant.
In a way, I suppose, yes. I do work with money. I am a Royal Academy administrator, and also a sponsor of emerging scholars who strike my interest. Both Howard Williams and Firtho's father Irving were once such students of mine.
We have arrived, sir.
You and your abilities are quite fascinating, my dear detective. If you wish to investigate, then investigate you shall. Nobody shall refuse you entry if I stand with you. Though admittedly, I may have little to do with the matter at hand. I burn with curiosity. Where will you take this talent of yours? What kind of truth shall you find?
May we gain entry this time, then? Dust so thick you can smell it in the air. And the light in here is dim, unusually so. We should seek out the housekeepers and learn more about what happened on the day of Williams's passing, and learn what we can of that odd wound.
Finally, you have returned, Miss Firtho. And who might this be, then?
Sydney, this is Detective and a friend of mine. We're here for an investigation into Howard's death.
You two feel it too. That something is not quite right here. Well, ask away. I shan't hold back a thing.
It sounds like you're also unconvinced by the supposed cause of death.
I feel something is amiss. Very much so. You see, only in his last 6 months did his health take a drastic turn for the worse. And moreover, the young master didn't seem very shaken. No, not shaken at all. Oh my, it's just like the stories, is it not? An ambitious prince seizing the throne by taking out his own father.
Seizing the throne?
I do tend to prattle on, but Master Williams was certainly acting odd in his final months. I wish to unveil the truth too, and find my peace.
Walk us through what happened yesterday.
It must have occurred in the afternoon. It was his custom as of late to retire to his room and conduct research following breakfast. He would insist upon not being disturbed, so we all attended to other duties once the washing up was done. I am unsure whether anyone visited his chamber during that time, but around 3, I heard an awful scream coming from his room. Upon rushing over, I found the guard on duty standing outside. Annie.
Annie? Presumably one of the 2 guard maids we met.
He'd locked himself in, and it wasn't until the young master brought over a lockpick that we could gain entry. And when we did, Master Williams was lying on the floor, still as a statue.
She heard a scream and rushed over to find his dead body.
What then? Did you check him for any signs of life?
The young sir tried to find a pulse, to no avail. He had me bring a sheet to cover his father, and instructed that we prepare for a swift funeral. The ceremony took place not long after, and we buried him in the family plot behind the cathedral.
They found the body around 3 in the afternoon and took it to the cathedral soon after. It would have been around evening, 6 or 7, by the end of the funeral rites. Before long, Firtho and I would have arrived at the grave. The timeline aligns. It could be true.
Well, that is how it transpired. Have you anything else to ask of me?
Yes, of course. I was wondering. I found your letter to Firtho in her clinic. What was that about, if I may ask?
That explains how you found me then. You must consider us close friends indeed, to happily dig through my personal letters.
Are we not? Besides, I saw it merely as a clue in the search for my dear missing friend, not a private letter.
You 2 are close, I can tell. In truth, it was Madame Williams who was concerned for Master's liver issues. He seemed all right under Firtho's care, but quickly began to worsen once he started refusing her checkups. Growing drowsier and weaker each day, Madame felt he was burying himself in his studies, not eating properly, and thus exacerbating his condition. Nothing she said could convince him, and so I reached out to you, Firtho. As the daughter of his old friend, I hoped perhaps he'd soften upon seeing you and listen. Never could I have imagined that he'd pass before your arrival.
Can you tell me who still remains in the manor?
Let me see. With Master gone, that leaves the young Master Boris, Madame Maria, myself, Jekyll, Grant, and 2 guardmates. I hear that the estate employed many more servants in the past, when Master's coffers were fuller. At present, though, I attend to Madame Maria, while almost all other estate affairs are handled by the butler, Jekyll. I believe he may have some of the answers you seek.
You mentioned a Madame Maria. Where might she be? I did not see her in the lobby.
Madame will be resting in her chamber. Master's passing was a heavy blow for her. She's been sleeping for hours and hours. If you have any questions for her, then please, ask me. I am always by her side, and know her affairs like they are my own.
Very well. Take good care of her, Sydney. Did Williams recently suffer any injuries that you can recall?
No. How could he have been injured? He would spend his days in his study.
I noticed a cut and purpling of the skin on his arm upon my arrival yesterday. Was it not apparent when you checked for any signs of life?
No. I'm sorry. Boris would not allow anyone near his body, and I do not recall seeing any such wound.
I believe we've a general idea of the events that transpired now. Boris's behavior warrants suspicion, indeed.
From what we've heard, it does sound like he'd succumbed to his illness.
Yet, I feel things have only grown stranger since we stepped into this manor. Let us continue asking around. Chaos. What links seemingly unrelated fragments together may be logic, but it could also be illusions or conspiracies.
Returning here has hit me with a flood of emotions. I've been away for less than a year. And yet look at this place. Even the air hangs thick and repulsive. What did my patient do to himself in his final hours here? What caused his wound?
The paintings on the walls strike me as somewhat tawdry.
I recall as a child, when I visited with my father, he held an impressive collection of authentic art pieces.
It would seem he sold the originals then, replacing them with cheaper reproductions. Interesting. This is worth asking the butler about.
It's awfully dim in this lobby, don't you think?
Yes, it struck me when we first entered. Has this always been the case?
From what I remember of my childhood, no. I never thought so. Let us inquire of the butler. He's likely to know if there's any reason behind it.
What's this? A locket pendant with a photo of a woman. Dropped accidentally, perhaps. But by whom?
How fares your investigation, my dear detective? I'm awaiting your show of deduction skill with bated breath. I've high expectations.
And once that detective comes to question us, we can... Oh!
My ears are burning. What are you conspiring about, I wonder?
Nothing. No conspiring going on here. I wouldn't dare. My name's Grant. I never step a toe out of line. You can ask them. Honestly, it's just my first time seeing a detective in the flesh. I was working up the courage to ask about your escapades.
Your conspiracy can wait until I've finished my investigation, you little rascal. What were you doing on the day that Williams died?
I heard it out. Oh, and Hannah. Hannah did too. You can ask Jekyll if you don't believe me. It's the truth.
Calm yourself. I'm just asking some basic questions. Where did you go then?
To Willie's Teas and Coffees. I was buying coffee beans. Hannah went to the bakery for bread, I think. Yes. Well, in any case, we weren't even here. And we didn't murder anyone. Jack will back us up.
I'm just trying to understand the basics, and yet he's treating this like some interrogation. All right, why don't you tell me a little of the master of this manor, Williams?
Huh? Why me? Oh, I see. Yes, you're thinking children are naive and pure. They'd never lie. That's it. That's why you're asking me.
Wrong. I'm singling you out due to your bubbly demeanour. You don't seem affected by Williams's death in the slightest.
I suppose you're not wrong, Detective. The thing is, another will take his place as master of the manor. He was a fine fellow, though. Skimp by the end, but always making sure we staff had enough to feed and clothe ourselves. Up until a few months ago, that is. I feared he'd forgotten all about me. About us. Locked himself in his room all day, only letting Jekyll inside.
Jekyll helped him with his experiments and research, did he?
Master Williams was low on funds, as I said. He couldn't afford an assistant, so he tasked his butler with the job instead. Well, I believe that's all I have to say on Master Williams. I suppose I'll be off to find another master over the next few days.
Did you notice any physical injuries of his? On his arms or hands, perhaps?
I wouldn't know about all that. We were hardly close, you see. Jekyll might know. I'd say he didn't have a scratch, though. Not like there's anything that could wound him in that room.
What was with the stare you gave me earlier? Do you know something about this pendant?
I certainly do. It's Jekyll's pendant, you see. And that's Madame Maria's photo inside it. Are you following, eh? Do you see now? Oh, how the plot thickens.
You're suggesting there are illicit relations between Maria and the butler?
I don't believe Madame holds any feelings for Jekyll, no. But he's long had a soft spot for her. Now that I'm sure of. Actually, were she to reciprocate, I dare say it wouldn't be so illicit after all. Master's dead and she's free. The world is at her fingertips now.
If that were the case, Jekyll would likely be in a much jollier mood.
Well, that's precisely it. She hasn't returned his feelings yet. If she went along with it, there would be no issue at all.
Was Williams ever aware of this dynamic between them?
I bet a year's wages that he never knew a thing. I actually hinted sometimes rather obviously at the matter. He never caught my gist, though.
I was right to call you a rascal, you little stirrer. I can't rule out the possibility that Jekyll murdered Williams to get closer to Maria. Even so, he doesn't seem the type. Not at all. How old are you anyway? Are you even of legal working age?
I'm over 30, I'll have you know. Just a little vertically challenged is all. I jest. Children in the workplace are common in modern society, Detective. I thought you knew.
I hadn't thought it common in Sylvernia. No. I suppose things have changed.
You needn't worry about me, Detective. I'm fine. I shall let you continue investigating onward. But if you see a job opening, put in a good word for me. And once that detective comes to question us, we can... Oh!
My ears are burning.
Nothing. My name's It's just my...
Your conspiracy... Hello there. I'm a detective. I'd say you look a little troubled. What's weighing on your mind?
With the manor's master gone, so too has its source of income. I cannot help but fear for my job as a butler. My name is Jekyll. I spoke to the Baron moments ago, and he explained your situation. I will answer any questions as best as I can.
What were you doing on the day that Williams died?
Following breakfast, I accompanied Master to his room to discuss research matters. As it happened, Grant and I were tasked with procuring supplies that day. Hence, we were outside from midday into the afternoon.
Supplies? Then how many of you were there?
3 of us. Myself, the servant boy, Grant, and one of the guard maids, Hannah. If you wish, I can provide a duty roster. The manor workforce has thinned considerably, so we've been scheduling our work for some time now.
Where did you go to procure these supplies?
We split up. I headed to the Quadric Emporium for spare garments, Grant to Willie's Teas and Coffees for coffee beans, and Hannah to the bakery for bread and the like. If you're wondering, it would have been around 8 in the evening by the time we had all returned to the manor, and it was then that we learnt of Master William's passing.
I'd like to know more about Baron Edgar. He seems to hold some authority around here.
Given that the Baron is an administrator of the Royal Academy, I believe it's reasonable to say that Master Williams saw him as a superior. Baron Edgar noticed his aptitude for all things medical and biological several years ago. And ever since, Master has conducted research under his wing.
Naturally, Edgar handled the funding for much of that research. In essence, Master could never have covered this manor's expenses were it not for Baron Edgar's favor.
Perhaps I misunderstood, Jekyll. Surely these research funds were not spent on staff wages, a blatant violation of Academy practices.
There was nothing else for it, Doctor. The Baron became aware of it long ago, and in fact, Master took the initiative in confessing, yes. It was around then that he had Master cut him his own set of manor keys, so that the Baron could check up on research progress at his convenience.
Keys to the manor, including keys to the bedroom in which Williams was found dead. Oh, that reminds me. Baron Edgar and Williams aside, who else possesses such a set of keys?
Keys to the front door in the master bedroom, you mean? Well, aside from them, I have a spare front door key on my person. Boris used to have a set of keys, but Master had them confiscated, as the young Master's behavior grew erratic.
That would explain why Boris resorted to using a lockpick when opening his father's door. It's likely he still has further methods of gaining entry, however. The young man down the hall seems to have had a lot to drink. Is that Boris?
Indeed it is, and I do apologize for the state he's in. He inherited neither his late father's erudition nor his mother's strength of character. Instead, he sank into drink and gambling upon coming of age. The Williams' fortune has been crumbling for some time, and we've him and his scoundrel friends to thank. The debts he accrues are bleeding this house dry.
A change in his usual tone of voice. Jekyll is clearly irritated with the young man. I presume Boris's hobbies gave his father no end of grief.
Precisely so. Both the master and the mistress have been left heartbroken in recent years. For they could not for the life of them talk sense into the boy. He frittered away his father's savings, the money from his sold-off art, and even Baron Edgar's funding. Yet Boris wanted more. He slithered into his father's room to try and pilfer his medicines.
He tried to steal and sell Howard's medicines. And did Howard catch him?
Oh, he caught the child all right. Barred him from entering again, too. Instead of repentance, the young Boris, he stated, "It does not matter. Once you're dead, what's yours will be mine."
He said that. Sydney's theory that he wished harm upon his father makes much more sense now.
How ironic that a scholar of such wide renown would raise a son of such lowly character. Father would be just as astounded, I'm sure.
Did you notice any injuries upon Williams as of late?
Yes. More specifically, upon his arms. Did you see anything?
Not as I recall. No. I mean, he very rarely left the house, much less took part in any danger. Why do you ask?
We're just considering various possibilities. I think we've learnt much. The lights in this manor seem remarkably dim as compared to those in other estates. Or is it just me?
No, you're quite right. They were altered on Master's request, for he'd grown increasingly sensitive to light over the last half year, unable to stand even average lamplight.
Did he have any other unusual symptoms?
Several dietary issues. Or preferences, rather. He ate less and less, preferred his steaks rarer, and most other foods turned his stomach.
An aversion to light, a new liking for raw meat, and Royal Academy research? No, surely not.
They're markedly different to his original symptoms. It would appear that he contracted some rare condition.
The paintings around the manor are a little unusual, are they not?
What are you implying?
I'll not hold my tongue. The paintings hung when I visited as a child were classics, priceless pieces, and now, hung in their place are poor copies.
You've a keen eye. Yes. The manor's debts led Master and I to discuss how best to recoup a little money. that was our solution.
That makes sense. Many academics struggle with financial burdens. You must find it quite difficult.
I've heard that Williams, as an established scholar, was affiliated with the Royal Academy. Could you enlighten me as to the focus of his research? If it's not a good time, then don't worry about it. We can continue along a different line of investigation.
It's just that the fruits of his research are the Academy's dominion. I cannot divulge them, I'm afraid. To do so would go against Boris's wishes also. You must forgive me.
It's all right. You've already given us so much to work with. My thanks. We will return if we have any further questions for you.
I believe I've attained a decent understanding of this manor's residence, and of the rough timeline around the incident. Nobody saw Williams with any kind of physical injury. Investigating the scene of his death will be paramount, if I'm to ease Firtho's suspicions. And yet, a belligerent blockade still stands in my way. I'll try reasoning with the fellow. The Royal Academy's glory and achievement suddenly bestowed upon you. I'm sure the Academy's honour weighed heavily on Williams's mind before he passed. Good day, sir. We are here to investigate the circumstances of Mr. Williams's passing. Mind if we enter?
Clear off. I'm not letting you in, not letting you meddle with my family affairs. Bugger off now! Up with you, Boris. And what do you want? My father's dead and gone. You've no power here anymore. It's all your fault. You're nothing. You get out of...
As I said, I eagerly await your grand reveal, Detective. I won't let him stand in your way. Madeline and I have affairs to attend to. I'm afraid we can't join you for now. Investigate as best you can. Flex those deductive muscles. Don't miss a single detail. However, if you find yourself at a dead end, then seek me in the Sunday Lounge. I'll answer what questions you have.
Very well. Baron Edgar. He's pulling out all the stops to aid me, a little unnervingly so. It's time I investigated the scene of the death. The door sports an old-fashioned lock, which, once locked from within, requires a key to be opened from outside. Of course, Boris ended up procuring a lockpick from somewhere. That was how he gained access, and the body was found after all. A slender blade, blackened by flame. The handle suggests to me that it's a common letter opener. Wait, its shape. Perhaps, given its shape and size, it could well be the implement used to inflict the wound Firtho states she saw. Is this a button, maybe? A number of metal clasps and buckles remain in the ashes, likely from different items of clothing. What are they doing in the fireplace? Torn fibres can be seen amid the ashes. Those not burnt to cinders feel woolen to the touch. I've a firm conclusion. A heap of clothing was cast into the hearth along with that letter opener. And not long ago either. They wished to burn it all. Whoever did so is likely the culprit behind all this. If there is a culprit. They're covering their tracks by destroying evidence. In any case, what this lead proves is that somebody definitely entered and interfered in this room, which is to say, there's more to this case than a mere heart attack victim.
It was in here that Howard lived out his final moments. The scent of death hangs heavy in the air. I can feel it.
Odd. The closet is empty. It would appear the servants have yet to sort through the late master's possessions. And yet, the closet has been cleared out. On closer inspection, I see several marks upon the inside. It's too dark to see clearly, however. That's a fair sight better. Long, thin marks, all irregular in placement, as if something was forcibly unstuck from the closet's interior. I shall keep it in mind. A long men's coat. It may well be Williams's. The leather shoes set below smell familiar somehow. A sweet aroma, yet slightly bitter. I've smelt it before, but where? I'd best ask one of the maids.
The clothing in the corner of the room. I see nothing out of the ordinary about it.
Was the clothing present in the room when the body was first discovered? I noticed a peculiar smell, and feel it may be of relevance to the case.
Why, yes, of course. Nobody's touched it, and anyway, Master's garments were washed almost every day. I can't see how they'd smell at all.
The area that Williams must have slept in, myriad items are stuffed beneath the bed, all coated in thick dust. It's unlikely anyone has been hiding here. A clear indentation runs between the mattress and frame. Perhaps Williams had shoved something in there. Whatever he may have stashed here, it's nowhere to be seen now. Williams's notebook. It's mostly full of scribblings.
I can make out blood, the 4 humours, and, red ochre powder, crushed cochineal, and golden syrup. These are ingredients in fake blood as used in theatre.
Is that so? Perhaps he had aspirations beyond academia, with sights set for the stage.
These writings grow ever messier as they go on. They note Silvernian history. Aha! Of particular note is this part. Boris, that child wants me dead.
An empty syringe with water stains upon the needle, yet not a drop of whatever it once held. Williams was a medical researcher, yes?
Yes, but not one to administer medicine in his own bedroom. There isn't a counter or anywhere to do so. It's unlike him. Then it's potentially a syringe taken here from a laboratory.
A roll of adhesive tape, a common stationery item. It's torn cleanly, sticky at the edge despite being exposed to the air. It was in use only recently. That's all the clues on the table. If nothing else, we can be sure of the fact that Williams and his son had a strained relationship, as Sydney suggested. Yet what purpose fake blood could serve in his research remains a mystery. I fear that forming a hypothesis at this stage will be nigh on impossible. Aha! Actually, Firtho, the gash you mentioned. Could it have been fake blood that fooled you? Ouch! Ouch.
Such trickery may be enough to fool a layman, but it'd take far more than that to fool an expert such as I.
I've looked over everything in the room now. Yes, it's time I return to see Firtho to organize what we have learned so far.
Any breakthroughs to speak of, Detective?
I have several working theories. Let us sort through our leads together. The maid, Sydney, stated that the deceased was last seen yesterday at breakfast, after which Williams retired to his chamber to conduct research. It's unclear if anybody entered the room after that. He remained within. At around 3 in the afternoon, a scream was heard coming from inside.
Thus, Sydney and the others attempted to force entry, yet the door was locked from inside. Boris unlocked it with a lockpick, and Williams was found on the floor, not breathing. A scream as he suffered a heart attack and fell could be plausible, and yet, the young master's behavior warrants suspicion. He demanded a sheet be laid upon his father the very moment the death had been confirmed, almost as if he wished to conceal something.
Yes, various sources point to their relationship being strained at best. Williams feared his son wished him harm, and may have taken measures to protect himself. As for Williams's wound, although you saw it, the servants did not. The clues, unearthed from the fireplace ashes, and your account do suggest that it could have been inflicted by a letter opener though. All minor details in the scheme of things. If this is indeed a murder case, then one question remains.
Which is?
How did the victim perish?
A heart attack still remains plausible, yet mechanical asphyxiation or a range of other theories also hold water. All feasible. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Where is our killer?
You mean to say the murder?
The deceased returned inside following breakfast, locking the door from within. His body was found at 3, yet he was clearly alone in the room. As you suggest, the cause of death appears to be a heart attack, or an outside force impeding his breathing. If this was murder, then the killer would have had to be right by the victim, which begs the question, where were they when the door was opened?
Perhaps they hid themselves within.
That's the only possibility. And yet, this room offers few hiding places. Unlocking the door would have only bought the killer a little time. There are no signs of anyone hiding underneath the bed. The chimney is far too narrow to grant passage. And this is a windowless room, which only leaves... there, where I found the marks. I have a theory to test, but to avoid having to use the evidence itself, I'll need supplies from Sydney.
Huh? Where are you going now?
I must test a theory. We'll need some tape, just like that set on the desk there.
Ah, Master's stationery. He always kept extra in storage. I shall bring it right away.
Thank you. Here we are. Now, I'll be needing an assistant, so to speak.
You're back. Where did you run off to?
I went to get something. I don't wish to move the evidence in this room, so I acquired another roll of tape to test something out. Sydney has many spares.
And what is this something you wish to test? How the killer escaped a locked room? I've been pondering that very question myself. It's a conundrum indeed.
What if the killer never left, but instead concealed themselves somehow?
You mean?
I've an idea that might answer all. To test it, I'll be needing your help.
Certainly. Experiments are my passion, after all. What do you require of me?
The tape you asked for, Detective.
Wait. Now wait just a moment. Why must I sit here? What are you doing?
You needn't worry. Just leave this to me. I'll be gentle, but this may cause some discomfort. It's by no means a large closet. The killer must be of small stature, or else they'd be far too cramped while hiding in here. To avoid their limbs shifting about and making noise, they tape them in place. It might suggest they're prone to slight involuntary movements.
Wait!
The marks that were left suggest the highest taping point was the ankle. The middle to lower marks must have been left by taping their knees in place. From the length of them and the position the killer was in, they'd have fixed their shoulders in place too. That makes their position within this closet even clearer to me now.
Ouch! Nice of you to zone back in and actually get me out, Detective. I thought you'd grown deaf.
Apologies, Firtho. My mind was somewhere else.
If you're considering whether the culprit concealed themselves in the closet, I can confidently tell you that no normal person could maintain that position for very long. In fact, they'd probably end up choking themselves and croaking before Williams. But more importantly, you claimed we'd hold an experiment. That was nothing of the sort. You just took me and... Wait. Don't tell me you often conduct such experiments in your investigations, claiming it'll help crack the case.
Well, if it helps recreate the events of the crime and my help is willing and able, yes, I only tied you up a little anyway. I'm certain Alf or anyone else wouldn't have had any issues with it. Where are you going? I fear I've angered her somehow. Was I too rough just now, perhaps? Or was it my experiment itself? Maybe I shouldn't have sprung it on her like that.
What are they still doing here?
It seems the young master of the manor has sobered a little. Let's ask a few questions. We meet again, young Master Boris. No reply. I'll have to prod him a little then. Why the drinking, Boris? Is it because of the loss of your dear father?
Whiskey? Whiskey, brandy, rum... What's your poison?
You didn't get along too well, or so I hear.
Won't cough up his money for me. Spends it on his nasty little experiments, he does. Oh, wait. He's dead now, so... Is he dead? Oh, he's gone in any case. Doesn't matter how he's gone.
Tell me, how much debt have you built up?
None of that matters. I've paid off my debts now.
You have? With what exactly?
He's avoiding eye contact. From my investigations, I've learned he'd often take his father's funds to pay off his gambling debts. One last question, then you're free to go. It's about the scene of the crime.
The crime? Well, what's he asking of me?
He's flown into a panic. Relax. You were the first to see the body, correct? All I ask is that you describe the scene to me.
I was asleep at the time, yes. Then a maid came running over saying something had happened in Father's room. They couldn't open the door, so I brought a lockpick. Then the door swung open and I smelled burning.
That would be the clothing burnt in the fireplace, as I suspected.
I saw him there on the floor, dead as a doornail. Eyes rolled back in his head.
The deceased's eyes are closed, a slight pain in his expression. The skin of his face, lips, ears, and the nail cuticles are purpled. There are signs that he bit his own tongue.
Boris states Williams's eyes were rolled back, open. Quite different to when we found him. Go on, please. Aside from the eyes, what else caught your attention?
All right, I'm thinking. His eyes had rolled back and his tongue was stuck out. There was blood on his lips. He was pale. Ghostly pale. Sent a shiver down my spine, it did.
You didn't do anything to the body, merely placed a sheet over it and took it to the cathedral, correct?
Yes. I put a sheet over. How did you know that?
Boris didn't damage the body in any way. That means the injury's still unexplained. I'll need to verify this with another witness. To avoid them tipping one another off, I'd better have Firtho start questioning the others, keeping them apart. Think back to when we first saw the body. Can you recall Williams's face?
Of course. His eyes were closed, and he looked pained too. His face, lips, ears, and nail cuticles were a little purplish. What fine theory are you testing now, Detective?
I spoke to the first person to discover Williams, his son, Boris, and he described the deceased's face quite differently.
Once again, you're doubting the legitimacy of the corpse we disinterred. Well, let me repeat myself. I knew Williams, and I know that was definitely his body. Before you say anything, yes, I checked to ensure he has no identical twin, nor a secret heir that looks just like him.
Look, I understand your frustration, but we cannot ignore these glaring discrepancies in his appearance. After Boris, the maids, Sydney and Annie, witnessed Williams's body. I need you to question one while I question the other to keep them separate. It's paramount that we do not let them hear each other's testimonies.
Master's face when I first saw his body.
Frankly, it's something I've tried to make myself forget.
Just describe the scene to me.
Relax.
Fine. If you insist, then I remember it. Yes.
I remember it well. He was smiling.
His eyes were screwed shut, lips pursed, the fear of death written across his face.
That's what I saw.
He looked afraid to die, with his eyes shut tight. Anything else? How can they have 3 different accounts?
The most rational explanation is that, for reasons unknown, they're all lying, or that none of them saw the truth at all.
This doesn't seem to be bothering you at all.
Is that so? It's just that there's much to suspect in this case. And yet, I can't figure out how it all fits together. The vanishing wound, the killer's location, the witnesses' differing accounts, and Williams's expression. I've a theory in mind, but it's still missing a piece, I fear. Were my brother beside me now, would I still be stuck at this dead end, I wonder?
Pull yourself together, detective. What was it that fellow said? Find me in the Sunday lounge if you hit a dead end, or something.
Baron Edgar, the administrator from the Royal Academy.
That's the one. Though an odd character, he seems to have access to reliable information. He must have something for us to work with if he's extended such an invitation.
You're right. We should seek him out.
We? Go yourself. I have matters of my own to attend to.
Hey, you urged me to meet with him, then you abandoned me.
My clinic has been closed for almost 2 days running. I can't keep my patients waiting now, can I? Moreover, you said yourself that Alf or anyone else would work as an assistant instead of me. I suppose I'm just that replaceable. You've made it more than clear that I'm not providing much assistance anyway.
I don't quite follow. I didn't mean you were replaceable. I meant the precise opposite. You've got your own skill set, just like the others. Alf's handy with a flamethrower, and Lorin...
Ah, right, of course. I'm useful for my medical know-how, and that's about it. Speaking of which, my patients await. So you'll have to proceed alone, detective.
Fine. Maybe I didn't say the wrong thing at all. Maybe Firtho just needs to see her patients. Well, that's a relief.
I knew it.
I can't help but feel that Firtho's been acting rather peculiarly toward me today. She started acting up right after I untaped her and got her out of the closet. Actually, it was even before that. It's frustrating that we're still to crack this case. She'll come around once I figure out the murderer. Now, to go and have a chat with that Baron. Bird's eye view of the city sharpens the mind. Which corner hides the detail I've yet to notice?
Drinking, you see, is a philosophy in and of itself. The history of spirits is intimately entwined with religions, races, and the unfolding of human history. While this bar's selection is modest at best, a gentler tipple suits a would-be connoisseur admirably.
Baron, sir, your friend has arrived.
My dear detective, come, sit. So you come here alone? Struggling to advance your case, perhaps?
I've combed through the manor and have several theories, but no way to prove any. I assume you've information that I do not. I'd appreciate it if you shared what you know.
All in good time. I'm intrigued to hear what these theories of yours might be. And besides, taking a seat without having a drink is a little uncouth, my friend. I see. The missing killer, a self-healing wound, and the matter of the contrasting testimonies, too.
None of this seems a surprise to you.
Are you familiar with how alcohol was first found? Storage solutions were limited in ancient times. Hence, we'd store grain harvests in simple shacks. If the sun, wind, and rain weathered that grain in just the right way for just long enough, it would begin to change. The paths of fate aligned, and it yielded a most tantalizing drink. The tale of Howard Williams is similar, in a way. His research led him down a path. His fate hit a fork in the road, and he became...
You mean...
Yes. The man who died in that room is no longer a man at all. He possessed power enough to heal even when his heart had stopped, to claw out of his own grave. I presume you've heard the rest already, of his aversion to light, forcing the servants to dim every lantern in the manor, for, you see, he had become a vampire.
If that's true, then... no. Wait, why would you know any of this? The Royal Academy's research into vampire creation was Williams's work. Research that you had him undertake.
Strictly speaking, I merely provided suggestions, some aspects of Silvernian history that could be of use. Ideas which he then acted upon, like the concept of recreating certain life forms from the age of Queen Mary. Howard was thrilled to learn how lucrative that research could be. The Royal Academy is hard-pressed to intervene if a scholar finds he's passionate about a certain avenue of research. It's not our place, you see. Progress reports, approving funding and the like. That's our domain.
You knew he was conducting research to turn himself into a vampire. Most perilous research.
No research is entirely without peril, detective. A scholar must understand the danger when they set upon that path. As for his research to turn himself into a vampire, as you say, I believe he was quite successful. Don't you think this serves to answer your doubts surrounding the case? There is no culprit. For the only one who caused harm to Williams was the man himself, and the servants' varying accounts would be due to Boris ordering them to hide the fact that his father was a vampire. For that research had filled him with the fear of death. Now, that vanishing wound. Such restorative capabilities are only to be expected in vampires.
If you speak the truth, then where is Williams now?
That I do not know. He likely crawled out from his grave and retired to some cave. That'd explain the missing corpse now, wouldn't it?
Put like that, it does indeed solve my doubts on this case. And yet...
Do not listen to him.
Firtho, you're finished already.
I needed to conduct some tests. That's what you expect me to say, I presume? Well, yes. I'm finished with that, and I happen to be passing by. All it took was a few short years for the Royal Academy to fall so low, to support such ridiculous research.
Waltzing in with part of a corpse, eh? Very much your style, Miss Mortis.
So you know what this is? This is Howard's arm, or what I removed of it last night. The tissue decay places his time of death at around midday yesterday. According to you, he would have already completed his vampiric transformation by then. Would you like to explain why this tissue decay matches that of a human corpse, then? This restorative power you've claimed he possessed was by no means a localized phenomenon, I assume?
You do love the sound of your own voice. Much like your father. Shoot down my points all you like. I am no scholar, after all. I've never associated with your academic discussions. But, dear detective, you still wish to learn the truth. Even if it challenges your assistant's judgment, don't you? Well, as fate handed man the gift of alcohol from grain, I shall hand you a key to unlock the answers. Head to the Research Academy's High Peers branch. There you shall find that which you seek.
Wait, if Firtho's approximation of Williams's time of death is correct, that goes against Sydney's testimony. I must mull this over.
You should chat with others around you more. Silence is no true virtue, you know.
I'll do that if you'd like me to, sir.
Sydney mentioned that they heard a scream from Williams's chamber at 3 in the afternoon. On opening the door, they found him dead. In their minds, that scream was Williams's dying cry. Firtho's test results conflict with Sydney's testimony. If both are true, then there must be some other reason for that scream.
bird's eye view of the city sharpens the mind. Which corner?
A new scholar around here, perhaps? Can't say I recognize you.
No, I'm investigating a case. I was advised to visit. My contact gave me this key.
This is Mr. Williams' key. I understand. I shall take you to his laboratory.
So, the Baron was telling the truth. Williams really was conducting vampire research.
This is all that Mr. Williams left behind. Please, search through it as you wish.
Excuse me, do you know if anyone else has been through Williams's possessions over the last 2 days?
Nobody has. Academy administrators and Williams himself aside, none are permitted entry to this laboratory. However, he moved numerous items out not so long ago. I recall they included a red and a yellow vial of something or another, and a mask.
Had he ever explained what those liquids were?
Oh yes. If memory serves, he said they were for self-protection and teaching a lesson.
My thanks. For self-protection and teaching a lesson. These writings are more detailed than those I perused at Williams's manor. They record all kinds of notes on the self-testing he did for his research.
I believe these must have been written for the Baron. They're in a much neater hand.
Indeed. Interim research reports detailing the experiment's effects on his body, which do, to some extent, resemble various vampiric characteristics, such as improved restorative abilities, a paler complexion, increased light sensitivity, and on several occasions, even the vanishing of his very vital signs. No wonder Edgar came to believe that Williams was already a vampire.
Do not rush to conclusions. A scholar transforming into a vampire? Without hard evidence, all we have that supports such a theory are scrawled notes. As for inducing a paler complexion and light sensitivity, well, any physician could achieve those results.
Yes, you're quite right. That said, this does prove that Williams wished to show such results to the Baron. To have Edgar believe him capable of this transformation, some kind of ceremony is mentioned in later pages. The vampiric transformation rite. One must inject the serum into the subject's bloodstream, then cover their face in a mask. Once transformation is complete, this mask shall replace their facial muscle tissue and remain as the face of the vampire.
Pop on a mask and inject a little serum and that's it. This gets more bizarre by the second.
True, but why do you seem so eager? Do not do anything stupid, Firtho. Allow me to wrap my head around this vampire business first. It It's a case file containing a series of studies into vampire legends from throughout history. It appears they may once have existed in Sylvania after all. Williams wanted for their return. There are records of the transformation serum he prepared too. It's red in colour. This appears to detail a certain kind of nerve agent, a yellowish solution formed of potent tetrodotoxin, alkaloids and a medley of other materials, capable of suppressing one's vital signs for brief periods. A way to fake death, perhaps. Williams writes that objects can also be treated with the solution to endow them with its properties and effects.
However, he doesn't add much more information than that. Then I fear it won't be of much referential value.
Firtho's attitude toward me has been a little off-kilter today. I get the feeling I must have irked her in some way.
What is it now, Detective? You're staring. This room teems with research materials. It'll take me some time to sort through them all.
Well, she seems her usual self. I must be overthinking things. It's Firtho who put me on this case. She's bound to crack a smile once I've solved it, I'd say. Various notes on alchemy and the four humours, along with speculation on the roots of vampirism. I see even Williams himself was sceptical about their existence. Two spaces are empty. Somebody must have removed them. All kinds of reagents are stored across the test tube racks. Without corresponding research notes, what they're used for remains unknown. A range of different reagents, of which two have been taken away. I'll need to figure out what those two are. On first entering the room, one is greeted by those highly gaudy masks with elastic on the back to keep them on one's head. Are these actually of any relevance to his research? There are 7 spaces for masks on the stand. One remains empty. Wait, a mask is missing. It'd cover one's features entirely. If the mask was at Williams's home yesterday, then that may be the answer to our conundrum. There's a bed here, likely where Williams would rest in between experiments. Scholars bury themselves in research, skipping meals, even sleeping in the lab. A most impressive thirst for knowledge. While those questioned all lied, they didn't stick to the same story, almost as if they wished to hide something that had prevented them from seeing the truth. Williams was wearing a mask when he was found, meaning that nobody saw his face. Boris was intent on sweeping anything vampire-related, including this bizarre mask, under the rug. And then he urged the others to hold their tongues, which would explain why their accounts all differ. I know why the servants all lied to us. It's the mask. That mask's existence explains their differing stories. The Baron implied that Boris ordered the servant staff to keep the whole vampire business a secret. Williams was wearing the vampire mask when he died. Thus, each servant came up with a falsified account of his expression to hide that very fact. I've also several theories as to those concoctions he took with him. I cannot be certain until I learn just what they're used for, however. At present, it would seem that only the Baron's vampire theory can explain all of this. Williams became a vampire.
Does that scare you, Detective? You've been doing it all day. A thought comes to you, then you stare into space. And not in the usual way, like when you're deducing details. I feel you're worried there's a chance it might just be true. And so that sharp mind of yours keeps filling your head with visions of vampires.
I'm accepting it as a minute possibility, yes. Such legends were rife during Queen Mary's reign, after all. I must say, though, your observation skills have made leaps and bounds, Firtho. I hadn't thought you'd be eyeing me so closely.
I am a doctor. Thus a knack for observation is what my duty demands. Much like you and your detective work, and my work demands I keep a close eye on your condition. Just like your detective work demands you drag me into your crime scene recreations. You should see the logic in that, no? Or let me explain it another way. You're different. Special, I suppose. Hence I'll always want to keep my eye on you. Perhaps, to you, I am also ever so slightly special. That's why you entrust me with certain matters you wouldn't ask of anyone else.
But of course, you're anything but replaceable, and most special to me.
Is that so?
Ever since you were a child, you've been quiet, yet thoughtful and considerate. A reliable sort. Never do you turn down my requests, not even if I turn up at your door with mangled remains pleading for you to test them. Any common doctor would turn me down at once, but not you.
So I'm a special sort of doctor to you? That's what you're saying?
Precisely. A special, superior doctor capable of things her contemporaries could never dream of. You may be withdrawn, and at times cold, yet you manage to keep a clear head when I cannot. I'd never be able to put my trust and faith in another doctor. Only you.
Well, in any case, it seems you've searched through everything here, which means it's my turn to step up.
It is? To do what?
This place is littered with medical and biological writings. They're bound to have information on this serum. I'll read through them tonight. So you rest the night at Williams Manor, but keep your eye on that young master. And the others, come to think of it. I shall see you in the early morning.
Very well. Don't slave away into the wee hours. Remember to rest. See you tomorrow.
I'm the fool, really. To raise such things with someone whose mind is all deduction and logic. I doubt she'll ever truly get it. No matter how you may see me, as a doctor, a friend, just a woman with a case to crack, the way I think of you has never changed, Detective. To me, you're more special than any other, so I shall never disappoint you, no matter what.
I fell asleep on the sofa.
Hey! Get a hold of yourself!
What's that racket? I should go and see.
I urge you to be patient and wait, young Master Boris.
Wait for what? You've no right to keep me here! I've had it with this manor, this family, with all of you! You wait all you like, but I never want to see that thing return.
That thing?
That thing? You mean Master William, sir? You fear that his experiments were a success, and that he shall return for revenge. The Baron's order is clear, sir. Until the detective reaches a verdict, nobody is...
What of him and his orders? Do you not fear that thing's return, or are you all mad? If you've any sense, you'll flee now with me. That old fool. He brought death upon himself, used every means available to become something, not man, not demon, but Mother was always too stupid to see it. And you're no butler, you're this Baron's lapdog. Cindy, don't you see? Won't you join me? We can sell off this manor and run as far as our legs will carry us.
Enough. This thing, that thing. I've had enough of this ridiculous guessing game. I shall be bringing this case to an end today. Allaying your fears, clearing up rumors, and solving this mystery. Until then, I ask that you cease discussion of whether this was murder, suicide, or anything else, and that you stay in the manor. Jekyll, keep a tight rein on Boris. Do not allow him to spread panic. As for everyone else, just mind your step to avoid damaging any evidence.
Handled with poise, my dear detective. Well done.
Do you have something to say to me?
Oh, nothing in particular. I see Miss Mortis is absent today. Busy elsewhere, is she?
Miss Mortis? Firtho? Right. Firtho said she'd be here early. What's keeping her? Thank you for the reminder. I'll see where she's got to. Come to think of it, you're also a suspect. So if you've no pressing business, I ask that you remain in the manor too.
As you wish.
Firtho mentioned she'd pore over the research materials in Williams's lab. Perhaps she's still there. Here we are. I'd better hurry and find her. What happened? Firtho? Firtho! What's the matter? She's not breathing. No heartbeat. Firtho's arm. There's a puncture as from a needle. The skin around it is bruised. Purplish. What's wrong with you? Firtho! Please, Firtho, wake up!
"4 hours, 6 minutes. I administered it at midnight and found myself losing consciousness at 2:40. I had all but slipped away by 3. My arm showed purplish bruising after being injected with the nerve agent. According to my measurements, I'd have been unable to wake myself for 4 hours, and my muscles remain weak after waking, sluggish."
You're back, Firtho. You administered what, exactly? What were you thinking?
Howard serum. Last night we found both the red and yellow concoctions that had been lost. There was no time to gauge the transformation serum and the nerve agent's effects. So I resorted to more basic measures.
You injected yourself with the stuff.
I even wore the mask. Yet, unfortunately, little happened. As for the nerve agent, its effects were as you saw just now. I appeared dead, did I not?
You idiot! It doesn't matter how much we needed results. Why would you test it on yourself?
A necessary means to solve the case, no? Gaining an understanding of unknown medicines. One of a doctor's duties. It's my responsibility, if I'm to be a doctor worthy of working with Silvernia's greatest detective.
I'll help you walk. You need rest.
I'll be fine. Don't you worry. What matters right now is the lead I just found. You remember it all, yes? The serum's effects, the procedure rights, what happened to me?
Yes, I'll remember every detail. You've helped find the final piece to this puzzle. Thank you, Firtho.
You're welcome, Detective. Now go and close this case. I believe in you. Unveil the truth that bears itself to you. It's the first time in 3 years as your only assistant, Detective. Did I do well?
I never imagined that Firtho would take such measures, all to help me with the case. I must think back over all this one last time. The truth is almost within my grasp now. The figure's face was obscured by a vampire mask. That mask was part of the vampire transformation rite that Williams wrote of, but it could also have been used to hide the body's true identity. His notes mentioned a metamorphosis into a vampire that would occur, were one to inject the serum and don the mask. He happened to be wearing that mask when he was discovered. He'd already completed the transformation rite. That's why the wound healed itself. I almost have it now. It was Boris who entered Williams's chamber, slashing at him. He tried to obstruct the investigation in an effort to hide the truth. He is the only culprit in this case. So it is true. Man transforming into a vampire, then returning from the dead. I should make haste in returning to the manor. It is time everybody knew the truth. Welcome, one and all, to this unveiling of the truth. The truth behind this case starts with a lie. One you were asked to weave, a falsehood concerning your master's face.
I see you've realized a key point. That Mr. Williams had completed his vampiric transformation prior to his death. He'd transformed, yet may still have held a burning resentment for one among us. Perhaps he shall return for revenge.
No! Lies! I did nothing! I didn't kill him! Some detective you are!
So what do we do now? Will the Master return to exact vengeance and kill us all?
I told you to run, but nobody listened! I'll kill you all! I knew it! I knew! He should have been cut into pieces, burned in a fire!
If a vampire has truly entered our midst, then what remains to be done is the work of a knight. Or a nun, perhaps. There is no deceased, so to speak, in this case. Though Boris stabbed Williams, and you all concealed that truth, he didn't slay his father. That said, he's clearly not mentally fit enough to remain living here. I advise you to have him sectioned in a hospital.
I understand.
How could this be?
A sorry state of affairs, Detective. I no longer suspect you of stealing the body. I understand that this case did not take the path you had hoped for, but you have done all in your power. We failed to prevent these matters of the supernatural, and that is our burden to carry now.
You truly believe in vampires then, Rex? I thought I did, but now I'm not so sure. While such stories have dominated the newspapers in recent days, none has so much as witnessed this vampire. Rejecting existing theories brings us one step closer to the truth. The nature of the wound indicates that Williams must have administered the nerve agent shortly before he was found, a means to fake death.
As Firtho's testing proved, the nerve agent can send one into a death-like state with no breathing nor pulse. Through injecting it and wearing a mask, one could appear as Williams's corpse. That explains much. Those closet marks wouldn't have come from nowhere. The killer hid something in there, but not a murder weapon. It's all clear to me now. An escape from a locked room, a rising from one's grave. It's all so simple. Now I can sort through the remaining leads, iron out any doubts, and identify the killer. Once the nerve agent was about to take hold, the killer screamed out. The shrill sound drew attention, and when the others arrived, they found a corpse there on the floor. They cleared out the closet, removing all clothes from Williams's letter opener, throwing them in the fire, a means to make space enough to hide his body and burn away bloodstained evidence from the letter opener. The killer injected themselves with nerve agent and washed away any traces from the syringe, an attempt to cover their tracks so that nobody would know what kind of concoction had been injected. No, wait. We've proven that the killer would have been too sluggish and weak from the death-faking serum to dig up the body. There's another player in this game, and I know how to prove who they are. I remember now. I remember what that smell was. The truth is beginning to draw into view. Another was involved, aside from Jekyll, who knew the death-faking serum's effects and was capable of gaining Jekyll's trust. Someone capable of entering the manor and retrieving the body, while Maria, Boris and the others attended the funeral. Then this figure would have returned to the cathedral to awaken Jekyll. That rules out anyone who stayed for the funeral. And it must be somebody with keys to the manor. I almost have it now. And so it all falls into place. A certain someone almost played me for a fool. I should head back to the estate and explain first. Then I shall make the necessary preparations.
Creatures. A research topic that I have overlooked.
Welcome, one and all, to this unveiling of the truth. The truth behind our murder case begins with a carefully crafted illusion. With but a single, simple trick, the perpetrator deceived you all.
A simple trick?
Very much so. This mask, along with his disguise, including clothing and a serum. With these at his employ, he made you see him for something he was not. Thus, he managed to escape Williams's chamber, right under your noses. That fateful day when you barged through his door, you found not a victim, but a murderer. What do you have to say for yourself, Mr. Jekyll?
What?
But you... How could you? This can't be true!
Let us think back to the day of the murder, Mr. Jekyll. You prepared the day's outing ahead of time, causing everyone to mistakenly believe you were out on business. You then headed to the deceased's bedroom following breakfast, and discussed research with Williams as per usual. Williams then locked the door from the inside, keeping your presence secret. He then took a nap around noon, as is his custom. You then thrust a pillow over his face and struck. And yet, you had missed a vital detail. Williams had long since realized that Boris wished him harm, and so he had hidden within the mattress a letter opener. Williams drew it out during the scuffle and thrust it into your arm. The wound, given the substances upon the blade, soon turned a bluish purple. What say you to this, Jekyll?
Your deduction is flawless.
Having aided Williams throughout his research, you were intimately familiar with the nerve agent and knew that it would take effect in 3 short hours. Following this, you traded clothes with Williams and taped his course into the closet, before tossing your clothes, those from the wardrobe, and the letter opener into the burning hearth. And sometime around 3 o'clock, you donned his mask and let out the shriek that attracted everyone's attention. A daring plan, fueled by your knowledge of Boris's fear of his father and of vampires. Naturally, Boris ordered everyone to keep quiet about the mask, whereupon they carried you away from the scene, finalizing your escape. Come evening, you awoke in the grave and clawed yourself up through the soil. After which, you snuck back into the mansion, retrieved Williams's body, and put it in the coffin. And so, your masterful escape and substitution plan was complete.
Jekyll, you bastard!
Quite the wonderful escapade you paint, Detective. But say it is true. Why would I be the one to carry it out?
You fit the bill better than any other. Sydney's testified that the manor was all but empty when the corpse was taken to the cathedral. Only someone who wouldn't raise suspicions, and who wasn't at the manor at the time, could disguise himself as the corpse. Ergo, one of the 3 out on business. Among which, Grant is a child, and the maids are incapable of such a disguise. Only you resemble Williams in height and build.
A well-crafted deduction indeed. But what of the evidence, my dear detective?
As Firtho recalls, the wound Williams left behind was quite deep indeed, and it is highly unlikely it is fully healed, Jekyll. Though you may have concealed it with cosmetics, roll up your sleeve, if you would, and rub away what you've used to keep the injury hidden.
I admit, your recounting of the events is entirely correct. No, almost entirely correct. That serum, I did not inject it willingly. The Master, he had soaked the blade in it. When I began feeling its effects taking hold of me, I realized that I had only one choice, one path.
What a marvelous performance. I must return to my study post-haste and put it on paper. Until next we meet, my dear detective.
And now for step 2. To let my assistant know what preparations to make. She's likely still resting. I should ask Sydney to pass on a message for me.
To think Jekyll would do such a thing. What will happen to everyone now?
I suggest you send young Master Boris to a healthcare institution specializing in the mind. And there's something I require your assistance with.
Oh, naturally. How can I be of assistance?
Relay a message to Firtho at the Research Academy for me at this address. Tell her to come and see me at the detective's office once she's awake.
Very well.
A few cases come in lately. I'd like to hear your take on them, Detective.
So, you have cracked the case, I take it? What else is there to do?
Cracked it, yes. But I have a plan to carry out that requires your involvement. A plan to lure someone out, as it were.
Beneath the dreary dream of death's swirling smoke, the living fire fans the flames. Lady Williams, ever the delicate maiden, unable to bear pressure. Her end was not long in coming, following the demise of her husband and son. Why so silent, Madeline? Surely you do not believe me to have gone too far?
Not at all, Master. It's just awfully hot in here.
Ah, you must forgive me. I tend to forget how much your kind differ physiologically from humankind. Though hidden from sight, that fur must be awfully warm. Howard has been sent to his grave, as has his son. This fire marks the end of this story. Worry not. I will see that you receive an extended break.
Well, well, well. The end of this story, you say? We cannot let it end here. Not while the truth remains hidden.
If it isn't my dear detective. Are you here for the show? Or to save the damsel in distress?
With your help, Firtho and I arrived at the estate a few days ago to begin our investigation. At one point, I came upon a pair of leather shoes in Williams's bedroom that carried a most familiar aroma. That of Alf's chocolate cake. But who could have left and returned while wearing that very pair? Jekyll? Highly unlikely, for he was wearing Williams's clothes, which means that while the funeral took place, someone, among other things, took Williams's coat and leather shoes from his bedroom while everyone was away. They later showed up at the cathedral that very night, and as only one other person possessed a set of keys, you are the sole plausible culprit, my dear Baron.
A triviality that holds no water. The scent of a piece of cake. It proves nothing.
My thoughts exactly. Naturally, that is merely the beginning. My initial suspicion of Jekyll faking his death to ultimately break free from the coffin. Well, sounds enough. It has one major flaw. A flaw which Firtho revealed to me at great personal risk. Jekyll would be utterly incapable of crawling out of the coffin. Not to mention returning to the mansion and retrieving the corpse after being subjected to the nerve agent. Allow me to tell this tale in its entirety, Baron. This tale of your sins, as it were. You and Jekyll devised this plan some days ago. He chose to become an accomplice, perhaps due to his infatuation with the madam, or due to you making one promise or another. As for why you would wish harm to Williams, well, that likely stems from his research into vampires. Everything went according to plan. In the afternoon, Boris transported Jekyll in the mask away, after which you entered Williams's room while the manor was empty. While there, you retrieved Williams's corpse, along with his coat and a pair of shoes. A disguise, a way for you to slip in and out unnoticed. Likely something you picked up during your perusal of criminology and the like.
"你离开宅邸后，很快，伯里斯等人也回家了。此时他们在打开衣柜，其中已是空空如也。之后，你将尸体带回了墓园，解救出已被下葬的杰基尔，将他身上的衣物重新换给死者，并将真正的霍华德尸体下葬。
That is when something most unforeseen happened. You saw Firtho and the body bag she was carrying. Upon recognizing her, you quickly realized her reason for being there. To prevent vampires walk among us becoming the morning headline, you had to prevent Williams's corpse from being taken. And so, you called upon your werewolf companions. Once you had chased us away, you and your aides left the scene, and there you have it. The true culprit would be forever hidden within the legends of blood-sucking vampires.
Splendidly done, detective. I know now why they took such a liking to you. Alas, it's all too late. The truth matters little now. The blame has fallen onto Jekyll, and the young master died in that asylum. And before us, the madam herself burns as we speak. Your actions haven't changed a thing, and your pursuit of the truth, fruitless.
My dear Baron, you jest. You are not the only one who can play at disguises. You sent werewolves last night to assassinate poor young Master Boris. And yet, did you see his dead body with your own two eyes? I think not.
Are you saying that you switched him out with a dead body? Impossible. Dullards they may well be, but you cannot fool a werewolf's nose. You could never acquire a corpse identical in both scent and looks at such short notice.
But I could. You said so yourself, Baron. I spend all my days researching corpses.
Kill them both!
Commencing emergency surgery.
Reset the board.
I'm taking over.
Timing is everything.
Impeccably fought. To think you are capable of besting even Madeline, an assistant I chose with the utmost care. It appears all that is left is for me to accept defeat, my dear detective. What else do you wish to know?
Tell me why you did it. I believe I know why, but I want to hear you say it.
The scholars at the Royal Academy, including your father, Irving, continue to break new scientific ground in their fervent pursuit of the truth, of knowledge, bright and true. And under my wing, they have achieved results beyond all imagination over the last few years. Yet, however bright the knowledge may be, all light casts a shadow. Howard is far from the first of their ranks to try and embezzle research funds. Disgusting defilers of the truth such as they leave nasty stains in the books of history. And it is my duty to eliminate them.
You despicable brute! While Howard did falsify the results of his research, his family were none the wiser. And still you plot to murder both Boris and Lady Maria. What fuels you is simply a personal vendetta. Yet you feign to act in the name of the Academy's glory.
Little Ms. Mortis, standing forth to defend another, eh? People truly do change. I see that now. Irving would have loved to see you emerge from your cocoon like this. No longer are you a loner with only a scalpel for company. I must thank you for this performance, Detective. To hide the truth, I tried to keep you in the dark, to create an unsolvable case through illusion and deceit. And now, the die has been cast.
Wait!
It is time I pay the price.
The office was left empty for quite a while without a tenant. Perhaps the location is far less attractive than say. Oh, and I have 2 letters to read through. If they're all as crazy as the Baron, I'd best steer well clear of the Academy. The nature of the wound indicates that Williams must have administered the nerve agent shortly before he was found, a means to fake death. As Firtho's testing proved, the nerve agent can send one into a death-like state with no breathing nor pulse. Through injecting it and wearing a mask, one could appear as Williams's corpse. That explains much. Those closet marks wouldn't have come from nowhere. The killer hid something in there, but not a murder weapon. It's all clear to me now. An escape from a locked room, a rising from one's grave. It's all so simple. Now I can sort through the remaining leads, iron out any doubts, and identify the killer. Once the nerve agent was about to take hold, the killer screamed out. The shrill sound drew attention, and when the others arrived, they found a corpse there on the floor. The killer injected themselves with nerve agent and washed away any traces from the syringe, an attempt to cover their tracks so that nobody would know what kind of concoction had been injected. They cleared out the closet, removing all clothes and Williams's letter opener, throwing them in the fire, a means to make space enough to hide his body and burn away bloodstained evidence from the letter opener. Were they to regain the body, their only chance would have been while the others made their way back from the cathedral. Of the three absent from Williams's funeral, only one would be able to pass as him, for they were of a similar build. Jekyll, the butler, he killed Williams. I see now. All has grown clear. I should make haste in returning to the manor. It is time everybody knew the truth. Speed up. Bird's eye view of the city sharpens the mind. Which corner hides the detail? Welcome, one and all, to this unveiling of the truth. The truth behind our murder case begins with a carefully crafted illusion. With but a single, simple trick, the perpetrator deceived you all.
A simple trick?
Very much so. This mask, along with his disguise, including clothing and a serum. With these at his employ, he made you see him for something he was not. Thus, he managed to escape Williams's chamber, right under your noses. That fateful day when you barged through his door, you found not a victim, but a murderer. What do you have to say for yourself, Mr. Jekyll?
What?
But you... How could you? This can't be true!
Let us think back to the day of the murder, Mr. Jekyll. You prepared the day's outing ahead of time, causing everyone to mistakenly believe you were out on business.
You then headed to the deceased's bedroom following breakfast and discussed research with Williams as per usual. Williams then locked the door from the inside, keeping your presence secret. He then took a nap around noon, as is his custom. You then thrust a pillow over his face and struck. And yet, you had missed a vital detail. Williams had long since realized that Boris wished him harm, and so he had hidden within the mattress a letter opener. Williams drew it out during the scuffle and thrust it into your arm. The wound, given the substances upon the blade, soon turned a bluish purple. What say you to this, Jekyll?
Your deduction is flawless.
Having aided Williams throughout his research, you were intimately familiar with the nerve agent and knew that it would take effect in 3 short hours. Following this, you traded clothes with Williams and taped his course into the closet, before tossing your clothes, those from the wardrobe, and the letter opener into the burning hearth. And sometime around 3 o'clock, you donned his mask and let out the shriek that attracted everyone's attention. A daring plan, fueled by your knowledge of Boris's fear of his father and of vampires. Naturally, Boris ordered everyone to keep quiet about the mask, whereupon they carried you away from the scene, finalizing your escape. Come evening, you awoke in the grave and clawed yourself up through the soil. After which, you snuck back into the mansion, retrieved Williams's body, and put it in the coffin. And so, your masterful escape and substitution plan was complete.
Jekyll, you bastard!
Quite the wonderful escapade you paint, Detective. But say it is true. Why would I be the one to carry it out?
You fit the bill better than any other. Sydney's testified that the manor was all but empty when the corpse was taken to the cathedral. Only someone who wouldn't raise suspicions, and who wasn't at the manor at the time, could disguise himself as the corpse. Ergo, one of the 3 out on business. Among which, Grant is a child, and the maids are incapable of such a disguise. Only you resemble Williams in height and build.
A well-crafted deduction indeed. But what of the evidence, my dear detective?
As Firtho recalls, the wound Williams left behind was quite deep indeed, and it is highly unlikely it is fully healed, Jekyll. Though you may have concealed it with cosmetics, roll up your sleeve, if you would, and rub away what you've used to keep the injury hidden.
I admit, your recounting of the events is entirely correct. No, almost entirely correct. That serum, I did not inject it willingly. The master, he had soaked the blade in it. When I began feeling its effects taking hold of me, I realized that I had only one choice, one path.
Detective, with Jekyll gone, what will become of this family?
Everything will take a turn for the better now that the murderer has been found. As for young Master Boris, I suggest you send him to a suitable medical establishment. His mind seems to have taken quite the beating.
But this cannot be.
Jekyll was the perpetrator, and he had already handed himself in. Could I have missed some detail, perhaps?
Master, you mustn't blame yourself. Alf has brought a chocolate cake.
This scent, this aroma, why does it feel so familiar? Now it all makes sense. Hours. The latest silvercraft saved me a lot of time. A bird's eye view of the city sharpens the mind. Which called? The office was left empty for quite a while without a tenant. Perhaps the location is far less attractive than what people say.
Florece! Can't keep up with this.
This is your final warning. You asked for it!
Go for them, my little specimens. Do not hinder my research. Do not hinder my research.
Nevermore.
A most interesting topic.
Force! Authorized!
Do not hinder my research.
Poor little thing.
Do not hinder my research.
Implementing Plan B.
Do not hinder my research.
Rain of petals! Can't keep up with my step.
May light guide the way.
Time to wither.
Charges!
Do not hinder my research.
It's all in vain. Reset the board.
Step back!
All eyes on me.
Let's cut to the chase before you are silenced for good.
Poor little thing. New source of nutrients. Florece. Your role ends here.
Not under my watch! You asked for it!
And go forth, my little specimens.
I'll take care of this. Nevermore.
Step back!
A most interesting topic. Do not hinder my research.
Timing is everything. It's over.
Poor little thing. Rain of petals!
Time to wither.
Not under my watch! Charges! Forces of the law must show no leniency to maintain its authority.
Let's cut to the chase before you are silenced for good.
This reflects the infinite expanse of the Mind Palace.
authorized.
You asked for it!
Timing is everything.
Poor little thing. Florece. Your role ends here.
Initiating research. May light guide the way.
Don't get knocked off your feet.
I'll take care of this. Reset the board.